me serve you, may you rule the universe. Oh, server 74, your blood is on my hands. Your body lies, lifeless in space as you run away. Glory to the Empire. Glory to the Empire. Glory to the Empire. Cling on honor, we fight for the day. Over server 74. With my backlet still dripping with the blood of every freaking farmer. Oh, server 74, your blood is on my hands. Your body lies, lifeless in space as you run away. Glory to the Empire. Glory to the Empire. Glory to the Empire. Glory to the Empire.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. I know I'm gone. I'm a little bit late tonight starting just because I wasn't really motivated in the crappy events we had today. Number one, we got Return of the Cube again. We got the Ceres invasion, and we got the continuation of Faction Hunt. And of course, Mining Monday. These events are good as long as you have stuff that you can upgrade to participate. And I'm in a situation where all my temporal artifacts are done. And not a lot of ways I can score there. Go ahead and do these daily redeems. So hence the title, making lemons out of lemonade. So I'm going to find something to do on here that's actually fun. Okay, let's look. I don't think I got anything in Alliance I can pull. Nope. Let's check the event store. What I need. I need a lot of that scrap before I can make a pull. See, that's the messed up thing about this whole deal is I'll see if they. I doubt that they change it. I've asked again if they would do something different with. I haven't heard anybody in channel saying that they had, so I imagine it's the same. Ah, we'll look and see, but I imagine it's exactly the same as it has been because they never change anything. And you get in the leaderboard event, you get the scrap, and that's what it should be. But in the milestone event, you get Syndicate XP, which makes no sense. What you need is scrap, like you got in the other one, so you can get stuff on the store on day one instead of just sitting there. Well, I'm not going to do this. I've got like 21 billion of the scrap built up that because they won't, even though they said they were going to do it, they never have. They've never uh, shortened the cooldown on this scrap exchange. It's still 22 hours, which is way too long for the amount of scrap that most people have. I'm sure there's people who's got more than me, but so that's an event I'm not going to even do this time. I may do the Chimeras tomorrow when I can make my other pull, but I'm not going to engage with the other part of it until they shorten the cooldown on it, because it basically all I'll do is be adding to my misery, putting more scrap in there that I can't spend. I haven't really thought what I'm going to do tonight. I know I'm going to do some OPC hunting. We will do we'll do the daily stuff, but you see me do that 100 times on here. Trying to think of something different. You guys had some ideas, pitch them out. That's why I was not really motivated to even come on tonight, because I looked at the schedule and said this was total garbage. I thought they would maybe give us another battle pass, one of those little mini ones that they do. They usually do that when, but if we're going to do like some of the content creators, they get a thumbs down for today's. This is literally the like I was saying in the last night's stream. They need to come up with some new interim events, because all these other ones are played out. See, look, that's what I'm saying. Look at all these. See, I can't even. Uh, I don't have many artifacts that I could even upgrade, even if I wanted to. I mean, all the ones that I can do are those ones behind paywalls, the ones that you redeem in the various factions. Um, a few shards at a time, so there is no, and they all have, of course, have cooldowns on them, so you can't. It's like I can go in there and get 43 shards to participate, because I don't have that many I can even upgrade anymore. Dang, 75. So what happens when I get to the point where I can use those remnants or whatever, I can usually just completely finish uh, an artifact. And while some of them have deals where if you spin these temporal things, it'll score, but I'll spin one. I don't think it's going to score in the event. No, I didn't see that as one of the ways you could score, but I had to try. That's why I'm saving them. I haven't spent them from this weekend from the Alliance tournament because I knew there are events, daily events that uses the temporal spending as part of the way to finish it. So I'm going to save that for those, but I could sacrifice 600 of them to see if it would score an event. I kind of figured it wouldn't, and it didn't. And we got those knocked off for now. Trying to look to see. And that Tech Tuesdays tomorrow. I need to see how many. I need to see how many bells I got because I won some in a couple of pulls. Let's see how many bells that we got. Now we got enough to do it for tonight. We'll go ahead and do at least the first one. Man, we probably can do both. Okay, let's go ahead and we'll do that. I figure we'll do some OPC hunting and augment grinding. Now, the one thing you guys didn't see, the leaderboard event for this week, I decided I wanted these. I used it to finish out a couple of key officers because that's a lot of loot there. I ended up finishing my DeGault and one other officer. I can't remember who it was, but you can see I got number one. And how did I do it without spending a buttload of money? Is I made a bunch of ships and tiered them up. Let's go in. I'll go in and show you the ones I ended up making for this one. I ended up making a third Rotaran. I didn't. That was the last one I made, and I've only took it to tier 5, so I got it for next weekend too. Um, I made another Sanctus and tiered it all the way out. Even though it does, where's it? Where's it that Sanctus at? And so you can see I finished it. I just haven't leveled it up. Uh, I built another Vorcha, and I built a Northcut. I built all those and tiered them completely out. Far as the resource, didn't spend a dime. That was all stuff I had laying around since when I was tier 5. I mean, an ops 50 something. I had all the speed ups too, so it didn't cost me any lat. It cost me a bunch of faction credits though. I'm low as crap on faction credits now, and I'll show you. You know, good. It does show it on there. You see, I only got 100. I only got 185,000 Federation credits left. 15,000 Klingon and 12,000 Romulan. So I emptied the bank on my faction credits, but it was worth it because I got this bad boy. I used the loot to finish him out because it ended up giving me like 100 shards. Date is the date is nice. Date is one nice ship in Starfleet. But you saying this is a nice ship for the command? Yeah, it's a this Krechna is my pride and joy right here. Uh, I'm pretty close to getting it to tier 16. I've got 3 more upgrades, but they're monster ones. They're not going to be easily done. And all 3 of these have the same one. They're the exact same upgrade price. This one's a little bit cheaper, but I tend to do that one last because it takes more crystal than the other ones do, but it's the least important, I think, of the ship. But when I upgrade, just for FYI, when I upgrade, unless I'm having a warp range problem, then the warp will get done first. But if I'm good with where the warp range is for the ship, always the armor first because it gives you the most boost in power and it gives you the and make sure. And then the second one will be the shield. I usually go armor, shield, warp, big gun, and then the rest one as I can do them. Usually do the cargo hull and the impulse speed fast, but I needed not this weekend, but last week I used this one to help me win the leaderboard event last week because it was the only upgrade I could make on it. But this baby. I would have came on earlier, but the problem was I was trying to get into combat arenas and spent 2.5 hours not being able to get into a match. And then I was kind of mad, so I walked away because today the event schedule is junk. I mean, for people who have upgrades, these are good. I'm not gonna knock. But the problem is I don't have anything really I can upgrade as far as forbidden technology. Well, yeah, your game's a little bit different, but My biggest thing, advice to you at that level: buy the buy the extra. Especially the first ones are real cheap, so that anybody can pretty much afford it. But buy the extra builder and the extra. Why's my mouse all wonky now again? Okay, build the extra researcher. I would say, but buy two. I would say buy two extra builders and one researcher, and then just worry about the battle pass and start getting you a ship that's strong enough to rep grind and work on getting that first faction ship to 26. Find you a decent alliance to get in that will help you, and you're good to go. Do your research so you're not behind. Start working it, but don't be cheap early on and skip making these build the. I would get the two builders and the one research. The first of each of these are really cheap, like either like $10 or $19. That's what I did. I didn't basically spend any more money in the game until I was eligible to get the battle pass. Or I don't know if the battle pass was even in the game when I first started. But then for the next, let's say up until you get in your mid 30s, you're good by just getting your battle pass every month. The time that you might want to think about getting some stuff in here is when you get around your first that at Ops 34 with your epic ships, because you're going to need help with the epic ships because you're not going to be able to mine enough to uh, upgrade that ship. You're just not. And that was the first time I ever bought anything real besides the battle pass in the game, was maybe Ops 34 when I was working on my D4. Well, I'm not. I mean, do you play Nintendo Switch too? For the price of is your money in dollar? Yes, my money's in dollars. But you can't go by me because where I'm at now, because I bought these, this thing's going to cost me $100. Like the first one, try to bait you into buying these other ones, but I basically ran with uh, three builders and three researchers the entire game. But when I went to Op 61, I bought this one because I saw what a backlog the Sigma speed ups are, and you're gonna have. I needed an extra slot so I could build. But I'm telling you, three of these builders, two of these researchers, you're golden. And Ran, where's Ran at? I never heard of Ran. But if you can't, you can't. But focus on if you're stuck with one builder and one deal. What I would do is I'd max out all the buildings I can build and all the research I can do at the level before I opt up. Because otherwise, you're going to make yourself. It's better to be a strong 18 than a weak 19. You know what I'm saying? So if you are in a situation where you absolutely can't buy the builders or and the researcher, then make sure you got all the stuff that you can upgrade inside here, and your docks and your guns are all where they need to be at your ops level, and then go into the research. And right now, the only two trees you have open is this one and this one, and just go as far as it will let you until you don't have the capabilities of doing any more. And that's going to take you a while. South Africa, okay. But so that's what my suggestion is. Don't move up too quick. In that case, just work the tree, both these trees, work your station, and when you get where you can't do any more upgrades on either of those, then go up to the next level. Let's see, is there any of these I want to do? No, I used to do this one, but after I maxed out 7 to 9, I don't have any of these officers I can pull from here anymore. I'd be just wasting this material. Let's see. We got my tribute. 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 Yeah, this is really maybe like the. Okay, what is this? Got some loot. Okay, how close am I to making. Okay, I can do this pull. Yeah, I hurt myself on that one. I'm not going to pull it now. I'm going to wait until tomorrow when I can. Oh, I do have a pull. Maybe that'll give me enough to make a full pull. I need to make a pull here too. Okay, let's see. Common. This little tier doesn't help me all that much. It went by too fast where I could see who I could pull. Okay, got enough there. Okay, so basically, that's a nice pull right here. I got 13 of the cat doctor. These are ones I've already got finished, so they didn't really help anymore. Uh, got these are ones I really all these right here. This was a really good pull. I got officers that all these officers are ones that I do want to tear up. Okay, let's look and see what we get in the rare. And basically all only got at pick Picard this time. So that was nice too. So I don't think there's what else. Oh yeah, I need to go get my DeMarco shards. Man, I'm gonna be close to being done with her. Getting us so close. Let's see. How much more do I need for my mission? I need. This is early to send him out there, but what the heck? Let's go with a different crew. I don't want to put my augment crew in there because I'm going to use it in another. Let's go with Jane. Well, no, I'll use Janeway on the other crew. Let's go. Let's find the Strange New World guys. What I'll do is I'll find. Oh, here's Chapel. I'll put Chapel up here and do a group thing with it. Okay, so we're gonna put James Kirk, Sam Kirk, and probably E Data because I'm not using him in the other crew. There we go, E Data. And now I've got to look to see who I'm using in the augment for lower deck. I don't want to use any of those officers for this, so we're not going to use. Okay, so no Chapel, no Vial, no Nurse, no Hugh. So anybody else in that group I can use. Okay, so we're gonna go to town. We're gonna go. I guess we can leave him in there. We're gonna pull all these people out of here. And you know what? An easier way to do is to I'll go to my Kretschna, and I'll go ahead and load that crew on there, and that way I can see if it's on another ship. Okay, so we're gonna go all the way down here to augment crew, put them all on here. So now I can go to my Reliant, which I don't think I put it on yet. Okay, let's go to my yeah, I didn't put my Reliant. Load my Reliant. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay, Reliant. Okay, we'll put him there for right now. Okay, let's go below deck. Savek, Scotty. I'm trying to think of somebody I think would help. Put both of them on here. Okay, let's see if there's another good PvE officer that I'm missing. We could put Paris on here instead of him. So that gives me a decent PvE. Not the best one I have, but one that will maybe work. We'll soon find out real quick. This will help me double grind them. Dang it. Stay over here. Okay, so we're going to put a... We'll see if there's something was going on. All right, well, we'll go ahead and send this one up here too. What we're looking for, guys, we're looking for the drops, the loot that gets dropped when these hostiles get hit. And I'm going to do it twofold. I need it. I need a lot of those insignias. I uncovered some more research that needs it, and one of them I finished the officers on, so I don't need it. But the other one I would love to make it a little bit easier to tear up Billups and Shanks and all those guys. How do I unlock the mission chain to serve the Empire? Okay, that one you have to go grind the. Which one are you? Which faction are you trying to unlock? Are you want to unlock Klingon, Federation, or Romulan? I think that's what you're asking. We got to go back and get that one. Uh-oh. We got to find the attacker. Okay, there he is. So we're going to go attack, recall, and stop. Okay, the Franklin unlocks during the event on the Saturday that's called I can't remember what it's called. There's a Saturday event that unlocks it. That's how you get the blueprints for the Franklin. And I'll go in the store to show you where they're at. But there's an event that happens every uh, Saturday. I can't think of the name of it. It's been so long since it was relevant to me that I can't think of the name of it. But usually in the event store, there'll be, if you got tokens, there'll be stuff in here that you can redeem. I don't have tokens. I already used mine for the week. Guys, if any of you are online, what is the name of the weekend event? The one that you have to hit the hostels or upgrade your ship? It gives you the Franklin parts. I can't think of the name of the event. But that's how you get the Franklin. Either that or buy the Prince. I wouldn't buy the Prince. The ship isn't worth it. But for a low player, it is a good ship to have, so you can do those swarms. But I wouldn't. That was something I would just have to slow grind it out. But there's an event on every Saturday. I think it's Cosmic Chaos or something like that. And it's simple to do. You can hit hostiles on your own level and score. And once you score, you get tokens, and you can get Franklin blueprints that way. That's the best way to do it. It's called Cosmic something. I can't think of the name. It's been a long time since that event has ever been nothing for me just to go and grab a chance to get more cloak juice. Let's go in the other one and see if there's one of these loot ships in here. Sometimes they spawn at the same time in different systems. I don't see it in this one. But anyway, yeah, that is the best way to get the Franklin is through the Saturday event. And then if you have event stores like we got going right now, you can go in there if you earn some of the loot. I'm pretty sure that the blueprints are in the store. Yeah, I actually see the ship on the thing. Let's see. Let's find it. Come on, where are you, gimmick ship? Oh, excuse me. Here we go. For 3,500 of the parts, you can get 5 blueprints for the Franklin. So that's how you another way you can get it during the event stores. And then the Saturday event, that's the best way to acquire. But for the event store guide where you're at, this would be a good get. This jellyfish here. You can sit there and tear it up and ride it all the way up to your faction ship. But the Franklin, all the ships, the Botany Bay, all you can always get these in event stores. Let's see if there's any. But I think it's called Cosmic Chaos or something. I can't remember what, but it's a Saturday event they have every Saturday, and it happens the an hour after the regular event schedule starts because it's stupid. Oh, you have the Botany Bay already, or the Franklin. See, when I'm working for these drops more than the loot, because I've got plenty of loot in the store. I'm still working on the loot that I got the first 2 weeks of this event, taking the reputation all the way out. So it's like I was telling one of the viewers last night on the stream that the Reliant didn't really help me because I was already had my reputation done, and mostly it's good for what I'm doing right now is sending it out there just to die and pull as many boxes as it can, or drops, or whatever. But it's good to be able to. So I'll show you what I'm going to use it for. It's all going to go in here. Now I need 22,000 more of these insignias to finish this Apex shred, which is something I'm going to do. And let's see. I would like. Well, no, that one doesn't have it yet. I think it's the uh, Strange New World one. No, that's not it. Well, one of these I got tiered up to where I need that loot instead. Might be the lower decks. Yeah, the lower decks I need 20,000. So I need 20. So I need 22 for the other to tier out, 20 for that to tier out, and I need another, not for this one, I need the one next door. I need 26 to get another, to upgrade the pull on that. So right now, the insignias are the most needed thing in the game for me. Okay, got stuck again. Dang it. Oh, I gotta not get that one. One thing I do gotta watch is this going OPC. Because I don't want to give some guys a bunch of loot. Looks like there's two stuck ones here. What's going on there? That's a hijack Mayflower. I'll cue the attack and see if I can kill both of these out. They're in, okay. That's what I needed to know. Botany Bay, yeah. Well, you could have gotten the Botany Bay in the store as well. I really need to do a wave defense, but I'm not in a position where I can do it now. Hopefully, he'll do another one. Because I do need that loot as well. Let's go ahead and send both of these home. We'll come back with it. I want to do some wave defenses. I did a mission to get the ship. Okay, cool. Yeah, I figured there was. I don't remember. It's been so long since. I mean, I blew by those early levels because I basically wanted the faction ship, so I went for that early on. That's really all I cared about was getting. doing what I told you earlier that I did. I bought the 2 builders and the extra researcher. I was able to get to Ops 26 in 3 weeks, and had my faction ship too. What is your recommendation for PVC ship? It depends. It depends on the ships are different on each level. I would say, if I remember right, Klingon on the common, the rare, the Romulan ship, and then on uh, the epic uh, course the Rotaran's the king. Okay, now I gotta load my guys up. Gotta repair it first. What am I doing? Why am I on the wrong ship? But Klingon, the battleship, is the better of the three on the common ships. The uncommon. I get, oh, whatever. Uncommon, the first one. The at least for me with my crews and stuff, that it went Klingon. Then you went with your Sanctus, and then you went with the Rotaran for the 60 epic. Okay, now we need to go in here and set them up for wave defenses. Come on, go. Okay, we'll go this one. And for the assign officers. Okay. I hope it doesn't lock up. Oh, thank God. Anybody else here? Just me and him? Well, that's not gonna do very good. But he. Oh my gosh. I'm looking at a tribute at level 50, $99. Dude, those, the best way to get the prints is not to spend, dude. It's to use the faction credits. Um, to go in here and use your faction credits to spend, because you only get like 20 blueprints or something insane that would cost you $1,000 or more to get the ship, because you need like 650 of the prints. Let's go to the tribute. Let me find it. Here it is. You're looking at 650 prints, and they only sell you like as either 20 or 25. I'll look in the store and see what it is, but man, that is a waste of a lot of money. The best thing is just to go ahead and start pulling the stuff now for it, if you got the reputation, and have it ready when you get to level 60. We find the ships, Romulan ships. Let's find the blueprints for the Tribune. $99 for. Okay, they gave you 41. It was a little bit better than what I thought, but still 41 divided by 650. That's way too much money. Let me get my calculator. I got to see how much that would cost you to buy that damn thing straight out. Okay. So let's see. So you would need. Okay, let me go to my calculator here. Let's go 650 divided by 41 equals 15 packs. It would cost you 15 packs to buy that ship. So 100 each. That's $1,500. And believe me, brother, there's no ship in the game that's worth $1,500. Not even my Kretschna. And I love that ship. But there are guys that spend the money for stuff like that. I won't. If they got it and they want to put it into the game, more power to them. But not this cat. But the best way is to go in here and earn these faction credit. First, get your rep. That's the first thing you need. You need the reputation for the ship that you want. And usually, what you need, the rule that I had before I hit a wall at 70, my reputation was always at least 3 or 4 ops level higher than what my current ops level was. So, like if I was at an ops 60, I was already working on my 66 ship. I wasn't working on the 63 one, if that makes any sense. I mean, I already had all my prints for uh, the 63 one, but now I'm working on the reputation and trying to get the one for the 66. From the time I was like ops 50 34 and beyond, I never went to that ops level without having the ship ready to pull, when I made the shipyard at that level. Like I always had the ship, at least one of them. Sometimes I had uh, 2 faction ships ready to pull out. But you always want to be you you always want to be thinking ahead, make goals. It's kind of why a little bit at 70 it's no fun. I have nothing to look forward ahead about, nothing to work on. Basically, the only thing I got to work on is the augment stuff now, because even these are good events here, but the problem is they haven't introduced any uh, new forbidden technologies that are worth getting, and I'll show you where I'm at there. Uh, let's go manage. You can see my problem here. See all the stuff that's 50, and these ones that are 20, those are high as those go. The only one I can actually do anything with is the Ferengi whip, and I don't even use it. I don't even mine. Now I could do it just to uh, score in the event. Just go in here and level it up just to score in the event. But it's something I don't use, and that's the only thing I have in the entire bunch of this. Because what happens here is, and I believe this forbidden technology was Mr. Tiger's thing, because I remember one of them. Okay, so once you get this to 50 and you try to upgrade it, uh, look at the low percentage that you get for success. So you're ending up just wasting a bunch of materials. So when I don't get it, it only goes up 10%. I did this one just because I wanted to see if it was possible, but I wasted so much loot doing it. It was ridiculous. Let's see. Can I do any of these now? I don't have enough of that right now, but the pulls for going 50 plus, you know, I don't want to waste the ice that stuff on it. But I'm gonna go ahead and just do the whip because I don't have anything else I can do, even though I don't need this to be any higher than what it is. Besides, once it got past the first level, right here where it says increases the latinum mining speed, that was all I ever needed for this because I'm not going to use. Well, I guess this is going to make the cargo a little bit bigger, but like I said, I don't do this anymore because there's a thing in Xborg that makes the whole latinum mining obsolete. But I guess it'll score me a little bit higher in the event. But this is the only thing I have to spend anything on because they ran these events too many times. Like we get it like 2 or 3 times a week now, and who has stuff that they can upgrade for it? Okay, guys, thanks for coming in. But yeah, let's go in the for and same thing with not so much with this one. Just you don't get enough loot to uh, score in it, and I'm sure that the whole thing is they want you to buy it, of course. But uh, I've almost got this one tiered out. Then I've got some of these other ones I don't really care about. I do want to do these two, and then anything else I don't really care if it's what level they're on. To be quite honest. What did I get? I got some kind of grab here in the event store. Let's see what it is. Oh, I got the daily grab for this. And let's see where we're at. I got enough to get another McCoy. Your Bajoran rep go is at, let me look at that real quick. I'm trying to think how you got the Bajoran one. Oh, you have to do this thing to get your Bajoran up higher. That's how you get Bajoran reputation guy. You got to use some of that loot to advance yourself. And I do think it's in the. It may even be in one of these pools here. Let's see. Not in that one. Let's look in the. You get credits as you can use to use that. Well, but that's how you get your Bajoran up, is you pull this. Uh, use the loot here to pull that. You get it 50. Oh man. Let's check. And I ran some of these other day. I thought I might have enough to pull these. I'm going to use these later tonight. But yeah, that's how you get your reputation, is from where's it at? This. That's why you're the Bajoran. That's you just have to pull the reputation from there. It's been so long. I hated that loop, so I was so glad when I was done with it. And and like Rev and some of that, and GJ act like this is some crowning jewel for Mister Tiger. This was the worst piece of crap ever, especially the ship that was the damn Defiant that was. I was listening to someone in VIP. They put a thing. Now this is something I can do for you guys. Some of you guys that aren't in the thing. What are things? What are? I'll read you the question and I'll add those for anybody that needs one. I'll tell you what I told them we needed in the game. I got a few thumbs down because there are some high level farmers too, and they would hate the crap out of what I just suggested as new content ideas. Okay, let's see, what is the question? Okay, it says this form is fifthly for new content ideas, features, not for quality life or bug fixes. We want to know what you think is cool additions to the game. Well, what I put for mine, I'll go back and I put we need to be able to transfer servers to our better suit our style of play. Nothing worse to be stuck on a server of players that want to play Star Trek Farmsville and try to row out all the fun of the game. I imagine the same is true for a farmer on a PvP dominated server. And I've got some likes on that one. Now, the one that I really would like, I don't think that'll happen. I'll throw it out there. But the one that I put on here that I would like to see, I've wanted to see in the game for a very long time, was we need an amalgam skin in the store so that we can raid a base and grab the, we can raid a base and can grab primarily the resources we want and not parasteel. An amalgam Sigma skin or a refit would bring rating back to 61 plus players, but the game has always needed skins to change the focus off of parasteel to either titanium or dilithium. And I got no comments on that one. So, but that's something that I think is always needed in the game, where you could uh, equip your amalgam to, say, if you needed titanium, the guy's got a bunch of uh, parasteel that he has. He can't. You're getting a bunch of resources you don't need, and to get to the ones that you want. And right now, the way it got set up, you got to completely vault the guy of regular resources before you can get to the Sigma. And that really needs to change, because what happens there is what you have on my server. And it comes to a real issue in incursions, where you got a guy that has, I don't know, 800 trillion in resources and mostly parasteel. And he gets rated. He doesn't, if he's a 61 plus player, he doesn't care, because that's resources that he doesn't need. And odds are that if he's got a bunch of parasteel up there, he could be rated for hours and then finally come online and none of the resources that he needs is gone. But if I could go find a 61, say 64 level player, and he's got 6 million, say he's got 6 million of this, a million of this, and 500,000 of this. If I could if I could bump his base, put that skin on one of my amalgams, and then go get all his Sigma, I think he'll be a little bit more apt to be a better shielder. If he could get right clean of the resources that he needs, and he's got a bunch of useless ones he can't, that would change the whole ball game in this game. But right now, you got a bunch of farmers that see, like, I got 143 trillion, and I got 200 trillion and 15 trillion of this. None of this means anything to me. I mean, I can get really bad exchanges in the store for what that is, that are drops in buckets. And the sad thing is, if you look at what I have underneath, see, I've got almost 1.7 quadrillion, and that's not even counting these. I might get rid of these, put those in the. So if I didn't have this much Sigma up top, say I spent all my Sigma this weekend, and somebody come and raided me, it'd be no big deal. And that's the kind of attitude that a bunch of guys on this server have, because it's the same guys that get every incursion is the same guys that give it up, because I literally don't care. And there's zero thing we can do about it. Yeah, I would buy. I don't know if I'd buy the regular resources one anymore, but the Sigma, we got a Sigma skin that gets my $100 the 5 minutes after it goes into the store. You know what I'm saying? But when I was a level 50 player, I would have bought all three. I would have bought or two. I would have bought both the tri and the dilithium. Because when I was a 50 player, you want the two that I needed the most of the time. This for my ships, this for my research. I don't think there was never a time where I had a trillion in dilithium when I was a ops 50 something. I mean, I was always struggling to get enough dilithium to do the researches. That was a huge pain in the butt. And if I could go to some guy's base and just find somebody that's unshielded, none of these guys are going to help. Just look. I'll find somebody I can pop for my guys anyway. Let's look and see if we can find somebody. Because that's basically what I do now. I'll find, or they'll find people, or and ask me to go crack them open for them because I can't really use those resources. Come on, let's find out. I saw a guy a while ago that was gonna pop for him, but nobody said they wanted it. Okay, here's a 64. Oh, he quit. Well, he doesn't have any resources now, but we'll go this 40. I can't hit this guy; he's too low. But say I wanted to go and focus just on this, I would do that. You know, but Pax quit. Huh. I gotta put that up there. That guy was in our alliance once, and I was in another alliance with him too. He was one of the, he's kind of a knucklehead. He didn't understand row. He would hit people and cause crap, but he didn't know it. I don't think he did it on purpose. I just don't think he understood the concept really. All right, let's go ahead and do some Q's trials and get that. What I wish I could do some Krenom. I don't think I have enough directives yet. I need to really. See, there's a big divide on this server. There's a big group that want to play a game where with fake PvP and be basically farmers. What I mean by fake PvP, they wait until one of those events and they send out their trash ships to die and score. That kind of deal. There's a big element in that which just wants to play Star Trek Farmville on this server. But the PvP or people wanting to play a more aggressive game, we're a small group. And I claim some fault on letting it get out of hand because I was too focused on building my ships to let some of it happen because it wasn't no skin off my back. Until they started trying to regulate too many things in the game with stupid row. So it's me and probably about 10 or 12 guys in my alliance against the rest of the server right now. But for a little bit of the time, I was a voice crying out in the wilderness by myself. That and then finally, a lot of people have seen some of the things I've been saying. So the wind of change is happening, but I don't know if it's going to happen. So what you're going to see is a lot of Lord Paxes quit this game because they're not going to be able to. They're on the wrong side of the ledger. I can't fathom a guy would take his account all the way to 64 and just quit. I could see scale back playing if you're not having fun anymore, but the effort that it took to get there, don't really understand it. And worst case scenarios, though, you could just shield and do these things you want to do and blow off all the rest. I'm basically doing that tonight because I'm not gonna do anything on this Saracen invasion. I'll do some Chimeras because I get it for free. The directives for free for making the pools. I'm sure not gonna do anything in this Borg event because I don't have. There's nothing I can. There's nothing of value that I would win or get by engaging with it. So why would I? And when I do my mining here in a minute for my dailies, I'll get enough. I'll get enough to finish the milestone event, and that's really all I care about in here. All the other stuff I care too less for. But that's it. That's all that they have to offer for me today. I mean, I'll get some stuff for the faction hunt just because I'm going to be doing my dailies here in a minute. But uh, anywho, all right. So where are we at? I think we need one more. Yeah, we need one more bell pull to finish this thing out. Okay, because I need the rods. I need the rods. So what to do next? I think I'm just going to send one of my ships up into uh, one of the spaces, and we'll go up there and do clear the daily, start clearing dailies out. Okay. Then we'll go back and do augment later. I'm not gonna stay on as late as I did last night because I'm going to the Ranger game tomorrow. DeGrom's pitching, and they got a DeGrom uh, jersey giveaway. We lucked out, man. We totally lucked out. I picked this day because it was the only day my buddy was available to go, and we hit the jackpot. There, we got a jersey of a player that we want, and we get to see him pitch in the same game. The odds of that happening is not real good. But the baseball gods smiled on us tonight. Because never been to a game where Degrom's pitched. I had tickets to a start that he was scheduled to start before he went on back on the injured reserve list again last year, or it was a year before. I don't know. This will be cool because this means that when I get to see Degrom pitch, so that means have seen every Ranger ace pitch at least once. I was at one of Nolan Ryan's no hitter games I think with my grandfather, maybe like the first one that he pitched. That was maybe the last game I went to the Ranger game with my grandfather. My grandfather and my father were just diehard Ranger fans, even when they were really bad. That was one thing that me and my grandfather did when I was a kid. He would he would just stop by our house and in the summertime and just tell me to get some of my stuff, and I would go to the Ranger game with him, and I would stay with him for like a week. Usually that was always the best part of my summers when I got to be with my grandfather. My grandfather wasn't the easiest man in the world, but that was kind of his way of. I can remember. I guess it was the last summer that I spent with him before I got like a real job and everything. I think I was like 14 or something like that. And I went down in the summer to help him build. He wanted to start chicken farming out of the blue for some reason, but so I helped him build his chicken coops and this house that he had out there. I basically stayed with him that summer, the entire summer. I'd come home for like a week or something to go do something else to take a break, and then I would go right back with him. And I'll never forget. I'll never forget the uh, one. So we're making this. We're building the house part of it. We built the chicken house part first. So we're building his house, and he was using like railroad ties for like the foundation of the house. And my grandfather was an incredible carpenter. I mean, so this point in my life, I'm wanting to learn from him and not just do. You know, no, in that generation, kids didn't. They just did and didn't speak really. From And so I'm asking my grandfather a bunch of questions because basically I really want to learn from him, not just go hammer some drywall up for him or whatever he would want me to do. I was kind of trying to learn how he knew to do this or that. So I asked my grandfather, I go, I think it was on leveling how did you know that was level? How, because he didn't really use much of uh, like a leveler thing. Like you need to stick one of those devices and roll down the thing. He knew. It, and it wasn't like when after the house was built, there was like uneven spots in the house. It was all good, when we got done. But he knew how to level things out and without really using one of those devices. And I was curious, and I asked him that, and then after like the third question, and he's like, we're out in the middle of nowhere. The only electricity we got is off of the pole with an extension cord. So we got to choose. I think he had a two-prong extension cord on it. So one of them was hooked up to the radio so he could hear the Ranger game. The other one was a circular saw. And then at night, that one got electricity for the house. Little electricity we had in there. And so that was all we had. And the Ranger game wasn't playing at the time. Um, so I'm asking him these questions, and he's like, "Boy, are you gonna sit here and talk the whole time? You know, if you do that, I might as well just take you home." My uncle loved that. My uncle Jack, I told him that story. He loved that story. He goes, "That sounds just like Daddy." That's what he said. He goes, He goes, everybody's always, he said, that's what he's told me. He goes, everybody always said that you and me are so much alike. I can tell, because I can tell you 100 stories like that for me. And I started laughing. I go, yeah, but I said he was so good at everything that he did. It wasn't like he ever half-assed anything. And a lot of the go out and do stuff kind of nature that I got from him. Where if I decide I want to do this, I'll just do it. Where people are like, how did you just do this? I mean, you never did anything like this before. Like streaming. I've never done this before. I mean, I made videos and edited them and stuff. This is like I just went for it because I wanted to. Same thing with when I was trying to go pro fishing. I got there, but then I found out what it took to the gamble it would take to go and actually get on the tour and do it. It was a little bit different back in the day. A little bit back in the day was a little bit easier to get on the on the pro side of the things because I was fishing as an amateur. They used to have an amateur division of it where you could fish as a co-angler on the regular bass tour. They took that away. I guess it was in the '90s. And, they still have it in some sense in some leagues, mostly the minor versions of it. Um, but then that was the entry level play. That was the entry level way to get into with the pro tour was to fish as a co angler with the pros. And I'd done that a few times. I'd fish with I was fishing with Gerald Swindle back I guess it was back in early '90s, and he was like, "Man, you got to go pro. You're good enough." And because we were fishing, I was a co-angler of his in one of his events, and I go, "Yeah, I've thought about it." And then afterwards, I got to meet him, and I got to meet Skeet Reese and Kevin Van Dam, and they were all talking. They were like, "Yeah, man, you should do it." And but the problem is, uh, those guys make most of their monies off of sponsorships. Um, the money that they make actually fishing is a drop in the bucket. If you had to rely only on the money that you made fishing in the tournaments, you wouldn't make it year one. I know a couple other guys that were guides on lakes that fished the opens and got an invite to the tour. It really only lasted a couple of seasons because they got so far in debt that they couldn't handle it. Because basically, Bass as an organization hasn't really upgraded their payouts since the 90s. The guy that I showed you fishing the other night with me, Mark Pack, he won the Walmart Open back in the 90s, and he the money that he got paid for that in I think it was 19 might have been 1991. I'll have to go back and research that, but is more money than the guy who won the last Bassmasters event. The only exception being is the Classic. The Classic still hasn't gave you more money than it did in the 90s, but it's still like almost close to $1 million in worth, because I think you get, if you're not loaded with sponsors like now the guys who, like a Jason Christie or somebody like that, when they won the Classic, basically the only value it had to them was the purse money. But like a 2-year pro somehow gets there, he wins it, then his whole life changes because he's a Classic winner. He's going to get new sponsorships and stuff that he doesn't have before. But for the guy, the regular touring guy, there are videos. If you want to research it, there's some guys that make throw out honest numbers on how much it costs to fish on the tour and what you have to make to actually break even, and it's insane. Um, so I looked at that and said, nah, I got where I wanted to go, and that was good enough. And then I just started fishing regional tournaments until my health got bad. Um, what happened to me was I broke my foot at work, where I couldn't run the trolling motor anymore with my right foot, which was the one I used to run the trolling motor. Um, couldn't do it anymore, and then I would just fish like team tournaments with friends, and then I got where I had a hard time finding friends that wanted to fish the team tournaments anymore, and then I got my health, the whole thing with my heart. I didn't know what it was. It took me almost a year to get diagnosed that it was AFib. They were giving me medicine for vertigo because I would get dizzy headed. And literally the last place in the world that you want to be if you're having problems with motion stuff is on a boat in the water, because it kind of makes you kind of motions. Your motion thing's kind of trippy anyway when you're in the boat and it's rocking back and forth and whatever. So when you're doing that and you're already having issues, that's a no go. So I sold my boat. I used to have a Stratus boat. It was even though I love this Phoenix boat I got, even though I haven't fished in it very much, I absolutely love that Stratus boat of mine. It wasn't a big boat. It was like a medium sized boat. It was like a 90 horsepower, about 17 and a half foot boat. I love that boat. But I sold it because I wouldn't use it. I went like a year without without using it once, and I went ahead and sold it. I may have to end up doing this with this Phoenix too, because right now I can't find anybody to go fishing with me. Because like I was saying, with my heart condition and stuff, it's a little bit dangerous for me to fish by myself. Or I will say maybe not dangerous is the right word. It's not wise. Maybe that's the better wording. You know what? I'm going to change Troy out. Let's put well, I got McCoy out on a mission, so I'm gonna put her back, I guess. Okay, so let's hit this 70 space first. And let's go ahead and put my. I don't want to have nobody in my Kretschna. Let's go ahead and put my guys back in there. I don't think I pulled anybody out of that ship. Let's see. I think I'm good. Yeah. All right. Let's see. So we're gonna go into the first 70 system. We'll be doing what have been doing for the last week. I should have thought of this earlier in doing these. Here's a 71 right there. Let's get that one. Get the 70 next to it. There's a 71 there. There's a 70 there. That's 70 there. I might have cleared it out. All the 70s right there. See if any more spawn. There's a 71 that spawned. There's a 70. What's going on here? Why is it doing that? There's another 70 there. Let's get him with the beam. This is way over there. Is there any more 70s? So there's one back over here. He's going to come back and get it. So maybe I'll have enough time to. Basically, how much? We still got a lot of the hull left. So what we'll do is once this one lets me pop it, like right here, we'll just go in the next system. I don't see any more. So let's go into the next system here. We won't jump because that would be a waste of it. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm ready to do some OPC hunting before I go to sleep. But where the juice is going to be is about like at 5:30 in the morning, 5 o'clock, where all those ships are loaded. Okay, there's one right there. There's one right there. And this one's light. This system's light with 70, 70 and 71s, man. Real light. Here's one. Here's a 71. Let's go ahead and make sure we get that one before we go all the way back for this one. Let's go. Wait a minute. Let's clear that one out. Let's hit it with a beam. There's a 71 up there. Come on, find me another 70. Okay, let's see if I can pop that 70 with the beam yet. Yeah. How much we got left? Let's go back in the other system. Maybe some has spawned. How much time we got? 30 seconds. Let's see how much do we got in them for the clear the milestone. We still got another tier. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to another system and finish it out. Come on, get in there, get in there, get in there. Come on. Let's see if we can find one. There's a 71 right there. Okay, I'm just going to hit ships now. There's a 71 up there. Find another. There's a couple 70s up there. Let's go ahead and break that. Go there and get that one. Go ahead and get that one. And that one. There's a one. I don't think I'll get to it in time. We'll see how much more I got to do to finish that event. Not very much. I'm not going to do it here. It's going to blow me up here. Yep. Okay, now before we go into one of the other systems, let's go ahead and just go into that. I think it's this, it's either, yeah, let's go into that system and just hit them until we get that last milestone. Because I actually do need the faction credits now. Let's send the other one, the other warships into, which is the next space over. We're just gonna kill what we can kill. I'm gonna leave these 69 explorers alone so I can use the beam on them to get maximum loot. Even though they would score higher than these these lower ones I'm hitting, but I'll just use them to score points and power up my beam. And that should give me my first one. That might have got me over the top on it already. Looks like it did. So after I get this thing powered up, and I'm going to pop one more of these for the loot, and we'll fly it back. Basically, by the time that gets to the Federation space, I'll have enough of mind enough to get the last milestone there too. See, I already got one little little thing was enough to trip the milestone. I need to go ahead and just finish that out. Chiefy, Effie on server 3468. Oh, thank you, man. So we're going to go ahead and fix it. Now the strategy I use for just junk grinding, like for the thing, I'll use these cubes. It's because of the repair bills that are cheaper, and I'm still using regular speed ups to speed it up to fix it. That's why I'm using it more than one of my 70 ships. I see dudes that do that, but it's like that's like trying to open a cantaloupe with a sledgehammer. Now there are like the augments. I do need my Kretschna to hit the higher level ones, but pretty much there's no other hostile in the game I have to actually use my 70 ship for. Now I will go with the freebooters with this ship because not really to for the freebooters. So if I see any enemy in there, I can pop them with my ship, and I'm not doing any damage to using the PvP crew with that. And you can still do that like with a rare or even your 60 ship, your 60 epic. But yeah, I'm just kind of what do you chef, what do you think about the stupid events for today? Is they're kind of meh. I mean, invasion's lost its luster once the augments come in because now you get Gwen DeMarco in there a lot better and easier. But they still refuse to do anything about. There's two things that they need to do to make me engage back into it again. Number one, they need to do what they promised they were going to do after the first running of it, is to lower the cooldown on this scrap exchange. Because right now I've got over 21 billion of this scrap. I could go 2 years without ever doing this event. Can I add your Can I add your live VC? What does that mean? Can I add your live VC? Add to what? Can I join your voice in Discord? Uh I've just set up the Discord. I don't have everything set up on it. I don't know. I really don't know how to do that. Let's see. Do. But anyway, so yeah, this has been a really bad day. Well, I mean, there's better ways if to add to get into the live stream than Discord. This software will let me send an invite to anybody that has a deal, but I'd have to set that up with you in prior to going on because I haven't done that yet. So I've got to tweak a few things before adding a guest. But anyway, I don't. I don't like what they're doing here. As far as the events, um, number one, they're running these too often. I mean, the rewards are decent for you got some good Sigma stuff with it, but they're just running it too often, and I don't have anything I can really upgrade. I've shown the guys a while ago. Um, and this too, you just don't unless they just want you to always buy the stuff for every 2 times a week that they're running 2 or 3 times a week that they're running these events. And right now, I don't have any artifacts I can really do except the ones that are behind the I would call paywalls because you've got to have really the only artifacts I have left to upgrade are the ones that you have to pull the shards in this store. These right here, these are the only artifacts I have left to really upgrade. And there's a few niche ones that are in there that I don't care whether I do or not, but this is a Discord broadcast. Please add. What do you mean a Discord broad? I'm not. As far as I know, I'm not in Discord broadcasting. I'm only on YouTube and uh, uh, Twitch. I've been on Reb's live stream. Private invite. You can search my. I'm not doubting you, man. I just that they're. I'm using different software than what Reb's using. I'm using Ecamm. Ecamm, I can I can send you an invite, but I don't have that all set up yet. I would have to be set it up offline first, and then set it up. There's like a link that I would send you, and you would just click on the link, but I have to. Which Twitch handle? I'm using this. I'm using here. I'll go on my browser and send this link to my Twitch. Let's see, Twitch. Oh gosh, I gotta get the sound off of it. I gotta kill the sound on here somehow. Let me get on my. I can do it by doing this channel. There we go. Now I can go to my content creator page. Okay. Let's go to channel. Okay, copy. Okay, here you go. That's my Twitch handle, and I guess you found my YouTube, so I don't have to give that to you. But my Discord channel, but like I said, I just made it. I don't have anything set up on it. And I'm trying to see if Ecamm broadcasts in Discord like what's his name does, but I haven't really researched it that much because I don't like Discord. They don't. I'm only in three Discord channels. One of them's the main one. One's the private one, and I'm in Revs and DJs, but that's it. I'm not on my servers. Um, Discord. Okay, let me get to my channel. And there is a place where I can invite. Where's that at? Let me find out. I did it well last time I was in here. Let's go back to the main page. Let me change and then come back in. There's a place I could invite. Oh, there it is. Invite friends. Copy. Well, the problem I have with DJ, he goes an hour without ever putting anything that's why I'm watching the channel. That's the really only problem that I have, and he thinks he's this champion, but he's the biggest shrill for Scopely that there is on the channel. But I'm not for the free to play player. Um, that to me, I think that I don't think people have to spend big time to be in the game, but I do think they should support the game somehow, even if they just only do the battle pass. But I don't I like the guy that Rev had on that was like a high 60s player who never spent a dime in the game. To me, that's the biggest asshole I've ever seen. Because evidently he spends a lot of time playing the game and he gives nothing back to the game. I think that's the problem. I think that's a problem. Now, if a guy says, "Man, I can't afford anything but the $19 battle pass a month," more power to you. I don't have an issue with you at all. But I do the guy that doesn't support the game at all. That's why everything's so freaking monetized because they got so many people that are not giving anything to the game. You know, but I mean, I don't dislike them. I just don't think that if you put that much time into the game, it's obvious it's something that you like. Why not support it? I mean, there's a lot of reasons to say, "Hey, man, I just don't want to give them money because uh, they don't fix things." Whoops, dang it, I screwed up there. Okay, I can fall on board with you with that, but if you're sitting there saying, "Well, I'm not going to pay any kind of money to support the game at all," but I think the whole deal that they got, the whole model that a lot of these games are doing, where you can download them for free and then buy everything in the channel, is kind of a flawed model. And what they should do is, like our friend here, he's Ops 18. Okay, I think you should be able to free to play the game to your Ops 18, and then in Ops 18, uh, you have to buy a token for like 39.95 or something like that that unlocks the real game. You know, gives a guy a chance to see if he likes the game or not, and that he can go. And then maybe they would tone down some of the monetization of this game some. If every year you had to spend 39.95 to get a license to play the game, um, that would I think would be a better model for them to do. Then they could make more things available by earning them than buying them. Okay, now I got to like pull my ships back. But yeah, hit me up afterwards, and we'll get online. We'll get. I wouldn't mind having some other players on here too, but just not tonight. We'll just hit up that Discord. I think did I put that in the channel? Let me see if I did. I'll put it again. Hit up and we'll next time I won't it won't be this week because I'm going to the Ranger game and then I got to work. Maybe next Monday or Tuesday night you could pop on and we could talk about the game. That would be cool. But I've got to do some things offline before I can bring you on. I've got to sit there and make sure that the camera's on the right stuff and everything. All right, let's get this thing going. What upgrade do I have for this one? No, I don't want to. I really don't want to take away from my crystal. Okay, but yeah, just hit me up, and maybe next week we can make it happen. Where I thought I docked in here. Whoops. Nope. I swear I put that deal in there. I've been having an issue sometimes porting it here on this server at least. I've had a couple of times where that's happened where thought I ported in there and it didn't do it. It gives me some kind of error message. Usually it does it anyway, but we'll send it right back. But yeah, the events today, I mean, need to rethink a bunch of these in between arc events because um, I mean to be completely honest, this event was starting to become obsolete to me in the 50s. I mean, the only one that I don't have is Hue, and there's a better sourcing for Hue. It just hasn't been important for me to finish him yet. But really, that's the only thing in this event store that I can even pull, and it is a Hue shard. This is the only thing that I've got. You can see I'm almost done with him, and once he's done with this is completely dead. Attack. This game's about friendship and adapting all the don't hit. This game's about friendships and adapting all other pew. I don't hit big players with small ones. Attack morale. Ship. Little players. Big player. Well, we got a whole different thing going on in this server than that. Uh, I only do really hit smaller players, so to speak, is when we're at war with people. But um, right now we're kind of trying to wrestle control back of the server because we got a lot of people that go into Discord and scheme stuff and try to row out any fun that you can have in the game, and our alliance is kind of bucking the whole server pretty much. And we can because we're the most powerful alliance on the server. But uh, we're trying to get ready because what happened was when we uh, merged with I was originally on 75. We merged with 74. And 74 was a big farming uh, server. They actually had war. They had rules to their wars, and which which makes me laugh. That because I remember the first war that I was in with one of them. I went in there and just started going to town in 5 star space, and then I'm getting messages from 74 guys. Hey, we don't hit people in 5 star space. Well, I said, well, you do now. Yeah, row and more. I'm actually damn serious. And then they had a rule that nobody could go in the other person's territory. That was another one. That was the first thing that 774 lost. But when 74 merged with 75, that was like first contact with the Klingons. They weren't ready for it because there's like two alliances that were original 74 alliances left on this server, and one of them just renamed themselves the old one's name. You know, all the rest of them have been busted up, and they've had to rebrand and re go again. But yeah, like when we have like when they have PvP events, they'll all send trash ships out to die. They won't even try. Edible, man. No, I mean, I want to, I'm doing this for one reason to help guys uh, that want to get better. And there are guys in enemy alliances that will ask me a question for help on getting better. I will tell them what I know. I mean, I admire the guy that's trying to get better in the game. The guys that I don't like in this game are the guys that, uh, like on this server, if you're any kind of a serious player at all, you should be pushing op 60. You may not be there, but you should be pushing it. Anybody that's like 56 or below, those are guys that are coattail riding their alliance, or not serious players, and that's okay. But a lot of times, what's weird about it is you'll get some of these lower players that think they're entitled to stuff. You know, stuff that we had to bust our ass for, you know, like to be able to do the big armadas. I can remember the day when 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 it was a risky thing to do one of those um, 4-star armadas. Man, we didn't always know we were going to win that epic armada win. You know, now we got, you know, now I got ships that I can solo them. But anyway, so I'm gonna close this Discord because it's making noise. I don't know if it's from my channel or it's one of the other ones, but that I don't like because I remember being a low player that couldn't get into the armadas because I didn't have a powerful enough ship. I remember being that, and what it did is that it inspired me to be better, not whine. Oh, can I have a like or whatever it is. I have battle leveled. I mean, hey, chef. I don't know. Have you seen how powerful these? Uh, Let me show you something. I don't know if you may already know this, but if you don't, this is something that you need to work to. Uh, these these efficiency. The first couple of pulls aren't that great, but when I hit three on this, I automatically leveled out my Lan and Ducat. Um, Now I still got Wyoon was my lowest one, and he's more than halfway there now. And I did the same with the Strange New World crew, and I'm really close to leveling all those guys out. Yeah, yeah, I like to be challenged. It makes me better. You know what I'm saying? There's one guy that I guess we're friends now, but he used to be my litmus test on our server, but I used to go test crews on him because he was the only guy that I thought that was halfway decent that wasn't in my alliance that I could test it on. But anyway, these efficiencies, man, I couldn't believe it. I was looking for something to spin for the event, and so I think I had the first one done. So I do the second one and I do the third one, and then I had to go back on the regular screen, and I noticed I had officers that could be upgraded, and I saw Ducat and Loyan up there. Oh my gosh! So I went and did I got Freeman done that way as well. But yeah, the one that I really want to get done is the ones inside the actual faction, but I can't do it till my Reliant gets higher. Is this one here? Uh, where's the one for the mirror crew? You can see I immediately went over here and started doing as high as I could get that done. And so yeah, I'm gonna probably do. I'm trying. I need to see which one of these I have. I'm gonna have DeMarco done here through this stupid loop here in a minute. In a minute. So, because I've already during this whole arc, I started the arc with uh, you know what? You know what I should do, guys, is what is the loot for this one? Where am I at? I should do this Galaxy Quest one next, and that way it might do DeMarco by itself. Let's see, I have her at 3. Uh, well, Carol, Carol, uh, my Carol, my Carol's at 4, but it wasn't that I was trying to get her at 4, but she became the lucky officer to be uh, she got lucky because I had enough because they had something in the store and I already had enough for 2 upgrades. I did like 3. I tiered this Rotarian from 15 to 16, and some of these upgrades too during her leaderboard event. So I won. I won Carol. Did they have her 2 or 3 times? I won her every time because I was trying to get this Rotarian up to uh, high as I could get it. So she got lucky. Not that I wanted her that bad, but uh, so so what's funny about that is when people see me go on the leaderboard event, they assume that character's got to because I was the one that told all the people that they were stupid for not going for this event early on when this event was the only one that you could do Gwen DeMarco uh, through the invasion. Um, I unlocked DeMarco the very first one. I went ahead and went in the store and bought the loot, and I went up there and had her like tier 2 before the first one was over with, and because I saw the value of, and that was one thing that me and one of the content creators got in an argument about was Gwen DeMarco when him and his community convinced Hamster to go to the powers that be and switch the leaderboard event for Daz. And so we got ripped off like ripped off a regular leaderboard event for one of the best officers in the game for an Armada officer. So yeah, so so I was arguing with these guys because a lot of them were just going up here and and this event had more meaning then. They would go up here and finish the SMS and not do any more than that. And we were the very first two invasions, our server didn't finish it. We did not finish uh, the main the main one. I bet you we're really low right now because there's not a lot of value in this event anymore. There really isn't because they took it all out of because the 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 prizes are good, but they don't give you but one way to earn the loot and you don't get because it doesn't make a bit of sense. Like I was saying earlier, I don't know if you were on earlier when I was saying this. It makes no sense that where we go back. Put the wrong one. It makes no sense that the Syndicate XP is the prize here. It should be that loot for the store. It makes none. And I've pointed this out. I've pointed out to Hamster. I put it to my community manager. Say, hey, they need to change this. Right now, most people are maxed. A lot of people are maxed out on the Syndicate XP. This event has no meaning to anyone, and it should always been the loot for the store from the very beginning. The same stuff that's in this leaderboard event. Let's see how high the score is. It was lucky. It wasn't something that actually, dude, it wasn't something I was going for. I wish it would have been a better officer than Carol Marcus. But, but to me that I never get to my game. I never get focused off of what I want to do. And if it works out with what Scopely wants me to do, then that's cool. But if it's not, then I don't care. I had to learn that the hard way. And it kind of frees me to play my own game now. Because I don't have to worry that I don't score. I don't have to sit here and do a crap load of armadas for meaningless stuff for myself. And I think that really started with the Apex event. That's where that kind of made me swallow the blue pill, you know, so to speak. But we have a 70 guys in my alliance. He still does the Apex event to win it at op 70. Can you believe that? And like the other day, he was going to, I think it was the chaos thing, and he was running those polys hard, and I thought he was just getting loot, and then he was getting mad because I wasn't speeding up because I was trying to get other people a chance to come in and get some of the loot because I don't really care about that loot that much. I mostly do it so other guys that do can get the loot that they need, and so he's like pressuring me to speed, and I couldn't figure out what he was doing. And I looked like, oh, I got that stupid event. So I said, hey, dude, do you have your syndicate maxed out? And he goes, yeah, I'm 55. And I said, well, why are you pressing so hard for that event? Because Uh, it doesn't have anything you can use. Well, I don't want so and so to win. Well, I said, well, let that guy be. I'm sure that guy has 55 too. He's a level 70. Let him be the king of nothing. You know, you you have to really look at. You got to look at this stuff because some like you have to look at what is the juice worth the squeeze on any of this stuff. And if it's not, don't sweat it. If you come in last place, you don't even score in the event. Big deal. Because I can tell you, I can't use any Syndicate XP. 37. No. What's no what? I mean, they have enough Syndicate XP and just the draws you can draw in the different various places that. And I never pressed that hard because I was not the. I didn't press hard. I think I bought 2 pack Syndicate XP pack. One of them is when they screwed up and put the leaderboard backwards, where they put the the top prize on the first tier, and then one they had an officer that if I finished the event, I would tear out, and then I did it. Trying to see. I think this is the one that has. Yeah, no, that's not the right one. Never mind. Did you say you're? Did you say sure? No, I don't drink coffee, man. I usually drink. I'm kind of a Dr. Pepper guy. I mean, it's not. I mean, they do have good, decent rewards in here, but I mean, I saw a player the other day on that streams that I don't consider a serious player, and that person had theirs at 55, and uh, and that tells me that they need to restructure their payouts because if that person is 55, then a large portion of the players on this in this game are 55 now. They either need to expand it another 10 levels like they did last time, or find new rewards. And I mean, because the regular draws are enough to accurate, get you where you need to be. I mean, I relied on that most of the game, but they need to really do that. They need to look at some of the prizes and some of the people that they listen to on stuff like that. I don't think are the majority voice of the game. That they like he was saying they tend to only look at the low level players sometimes. That I mean, I think some people that are probably in their 50s got this thing leveled out now as much as they put it out in payouts. You don't even have to be, a op 70 player to be at 55. I imagine everybody in their 60s are over now, and probably midway 50s. I wouldn't be surprised. If you're 55, scrap those jellies. Yeah, I mean the jelly's a good way to get uh, to upgrade the materials that come from it. One of the things, too that you really want to do is as far as scrapping goes, is you know when you're building ships just for the leaderboard events, uh, kind of focus on the ships that you're going to need to scrap, like scrapping it, build an interceptor, scrap the interceptor for your interceptor. Like this last weekend event to win uh, the loot for the officer thing. Where's it at? This one here, this material advantage, where you got this big chunk of. See, that's 100 epic shards right there. 100. It's a full unlock of most of the officers. So I went for that. I didn't do it until this morning because I think I was sitting in 32nd place or something like that from just the stuff I did this weekend because I didn't really spend any money this weekend. Um, so what I ended up doing is I went in and said, okay, I do want the 100 shards, especially after I found those efficiencies and put me closer to a bunch of other officers. Um, it became really valuable to me at that point. So what I ended up doing is, I mean, I had the faction credits. I didn't spend any money, no latinum at all. This is all faction credits, stuff that I had uh, that I can't really do anything else with right now. Let's see, where's the first one? Okay, I built this. The first ship I built was this Northcut. I tiered it out using stuff that I had. Didn't spend a dime on that. Uh, then I went over here. This first, oh no, that's not the one. Not in the right order. I went over here and let me find it. I built me a Rotaran. I tiered it all the way up. I mean, I tiered it up to like 5, and I think that was all. That put me in the that put me in the lead. But to finish it out, I went ahead and went to because I wanted to save the rest of it for next week. So I went ahead and built a Sanctus and did the same thing. So I built a Sanctus, the Sanctus here. I built this Vorcha, and I built that North Cut and tiered them completely out. And then I got this Rotaran and took it to tier 5. And that was enough to win it. But but that's, you know what's sad about that is how easy it is here at a G6 level. I can remember the pain it was to tear out that first Rotaran. I mean, it took me weeks, and I did it, and I did it. I could probably do it now. I mean, I've got. It's not that I don't have the resources. I just saved it for next week. Let's look at it. I'll pull it in there and show you how many resources of each of that stuff I got ready for next week to spend. Find it. Where's it at? There it is right there. So we go in here, and you can see I'm not even anywhere close to running out of any of these materials. I could probably build 3 of these if I had the faction credits too. Now that's the only limitation now, is I've got to earn a bunch of faction credits. Otherwise, I could use LAT to buy the prints inside the store, or do something like this. but I tend not to do it because here I know when what's coming next. I'm going to need all the latinum I can save, unless they have sigma latinum. None of your current latinum's any good anymore. But I don't put them. I don't put it out for that to happening. But right now, if I wanted to do this, I don't know if you guys know, the lower players may not know that you can do this, but I have done it before. But where, see, now I've got enough to, let's say I'm going to go, I got enough faction credits right now to do it, but I could go in here and buy 50 and use the ones I've got here and some latinum to do it. I, I don't want to waste. I don't want to waste any faction credits until I need them. So I'm not going to do that right now. I thought it was lower in amount than that. Let's see if I do have any other ones that are low enough that I can maybe. No, no, not really. But you can go in here and purchase these with latinum. I've done that before to finish, maybe like to finish out a ship or something. No, that's not really my deal with the edibles type of stuff. That's not really my deal. I mean, even if it was, my job is so stringent on drug testing that I would never take a chance, even if that was my deal. Okay, I need to put some miners out and mine this stuff while should have been doing it while we're talking. Let's swip ships. Let's go with this one. Okay, I'll put my one of my Klingon ships on here too, so see if we can get it done faster. Because I need to go into Federation space and do some hostile grinding. Okay. Let's go into Shannon. We'll go ahead and jump. Yeah, Jack and Coke, that was my thing at one time. Now we're talking. That and Southern Comfort. I mean, Jim Beam's not that is okay, but it's not really one of my favorites. But I used to go. I used to go to the liquor store and buy either Southern Comfort or Jack. To roofie. Okay. I don't know what you have planned going on over there, but uh oh man. We got Bill Cosby over here. That's maybe one of the funniest lines in The Boys is when Soldier Boy is talking about Real Men on TV, and he's talking about Cosby. And he goes, "Yeah, man, and he could pour a stiff drink too." That to me, I like the boys, but hands down, my favorite character ever in the series was Soldier Boy because he was just so over the top. He was just so over the top. I heard that they're making a series where it's going to be like a prequel series with him and the chick playing Stormfront before Soldier Boy got frozen, like the early days of Vought or whatever. They're gonna. I can't wait for that. That's gonna be great. I can't wait for the next season too. And it's gonna be weird if they ever do the Star Trek movie again. It's definitely gonna be weird to see him playing McCoy and not think of Butcher. It's just not. It's not good. It's going to be too strange seeing him playing McCoy and not thinking of Butcher. I what pin are you talking about? I've seen you've referenced a few times. I don't know what. This one's been pretty good with the '70s in it. Oh no, you wouldn't have a whole lot of luck there, man. I'm not one of these guys that's a 70 that's independently wealthy. That's not me. We did have a guy on our server that was. Unfortunately, he's not really playing the game that much anymore. He got a he got diagnosed an aggressive cancer uh, diagnosis, and he's not really playing the game. But I watched the guy. I watched the guy spend. I can't remember what the exact number is. It's like 5,000 or something like that. That is the most that you can spend on a debit card in one day. It's like a RICO thing for the feds, and he's done that. I've seen him do it a couple of times in the game where he spent over it's 5,000 something. It's not. I remember. I can't remember what the exact number, but it's not a Scopely thing. It's a RICO thing. Um, but yeah, I watched him. I watched him tear up his. I want to say it was Rotaran. I think this is when we went over the 60 level. I mean, we were still hadn't went to sevens, 7 yet. But he was like, I watched him hit level op six. He hit op 60. Built. I don't know if it was a Rotaran or the Enterprise D. It was one or the other. I watched him tear it up 4 levels in 30 minutes. And that was not when he was a 6G player upgrading 5G. This was back when every one of those upgrades that he just pulled was $100. So he easily spent $5,000 in 45 minutes. Yeah, I wished if I was the big whale that people think I would be, my ship, I would have I'd have both my Kretschners at level 18, and my Enterprise E would be there too. I have to sit there and really think about how, if I'm going to spend any money, what am I going to spend it on this weekend? And I've got a boat uh, lease slip lease that I got to pay next. So my spending this next arc's going to be pretty low because I got to come up with $1,200 to pay a yearly storage fee. But I think the biggest thing that helped me to get to 70 was two things really. Two things that helped me get to 70 was this mirror space, being able to grind up there and get Sigma speed ups. And then with Scopely introducing the last few arcs where we've been able to, I don't think it's in the store now, but they had the deal where you had the choice stuff in the battle pass where you could pick the resources, the mats you needed. Um, that helped me more than anything else in the game. I'd be probably either 67. I'd probably be 67, 68, or like where you're at if I hadn't went up here and went nuts. I mean, I lived in this. Where's it at again? Did I go too far? Yeah, I went far. I lived in these two systems for over 2 months. I always had a ship grinding in here to get these speed ups for these stupid stuff right here. Did I spend some money? Yes. I'm not going to say I didn't spend any money. That's a lie. But I couldn't have spent the money that I would have if I had to buy all that stuff that I got from grinding my living ass off in these spaces. This are the two best things that Mr. Tiger ever did was these two systems here. And I'm sure he didn't do it. He's not. I'm using that not as he intended to do. But I mean, I would go up here and do two back-to-back runs and get 30, 15-hour speed ups. You know, and that was a game changer. I mean, I was using it for rep gain. I did that, and I didn't really notice um, the speed ups that much. I was all that I really cared about was pretty much the rep and the other stuff that came in there. But I think it was towards the end of doing the Romulan run, I noticed that, hey man, I'm getting all these speed ups. Wow. And then I just kept, every time I would get one of these and then be stuck, I said, well, I'll see if how much we can grind away from it. I'd grind it down to an acceptable level I could spin lat to finish it off, and I was good. But I would still probably be at 67 maybe if this didn't exist. But I had to grind my ass off to get to. But what was weird about it, somewhere around 68ish, the para became not an issue anymore. I was getting enough of it in the game that I didn't really need to buy any station packs to help me out. I mean, I was getting enough of it in gameplay that, and from this too, these archive draws, you get a decent amount of para there. And but it was a drain up until about that time. It was always I mean, always from the day one that you go to 61 to 70, it's always going to be the speed ups are going to be the biggest. Off your first counseling. What? I don't. But yeah, the that helped me more than anything is that, and then having the going in there and getting just the match you needed in the from the battle pass. Not only did it help me in alliance, last couple times it's helped me in alliance tournaments. But let's go back up there. Let's finish this out. What do I got all in here? Okay. Okay, let's see. We still need a little bit more ore. Let's go. I thought I put that one out too. I didn't. Let's go ahead and send him. All right, let's go back one more run. Uh, uh, one of the things I want to do, Chef, I want to do a 24-hour stream. I'd like to do it during incursions, but they're putting incursion on my work nights now here lately. But it would have been better. It'd been better like I don't know 6 months ago though, because I mean, for me right now, incursions have been the last 5, 6 of them have been nothing but me trying to stop people from raiding people on our server. unfortunately. And I don't know how much fun that would be on a stream, but I'm gonna have to think of another something else. Maybe next Arc Day, do a 24-hour stream from Arc launch until 11 o'clock. Reset the next day. That's an idea. That's one I'm gonna float around, see how much rest I get until then. I can do it easily. I used to stay awake 24 hours during the incursions anyway back in the day. Haven't done it in a while because either feast or famine. Either we find somebody big and end it like in the first 2 hours, or we get raided so bad the first 2 hours is down a useless cause. One or the other has happened the last 4 or 5 of them. I've got to check the time and see what time it is. Because I got to go to the Ranger game tomorrow. Yeah, we could probably 45 more minutes and we're done. Let's see if there's any down here. Okay, I see this one. What augment crew are you running? Okay. Uh, I can show you, but I can't put it in the ship because I've got some of these. Let me go ahead and toggle these next two with the Chimera, and I'll show you. I just can't actually load it on a ship because I've got some of those officers scattered about. Let's see. Let's see. We got this one. Let's go ahead and get this one here. Try to see if there's any more in here. Looks like we're going to be running out of 70s where I'm at hull wise. Okay, let's jump into the other system. Or not jump, we'll just fly in the other system. Okay, as far as the augment crew. Okay, that's who I got lower deck. In upper deck, I've got Janeway, him, and Section 31 Giorgio. That's who I'm using. Yeah, that's a good strategy. But yeah, usually the first 2 hours is that's when you're gonna catch the big bases uh in this in incursion. That's when you're gonna I mean it can be the whole incursion can be literally won and lost in the first 2 hours. And sometimes it depends on the economy of the people that you're playing as well. If they're in a much lower economy than you are, then what bases that you can rate is not going to be uh, same par as the ones on your system, and it puts you at a great disadvantage. That usually happens to us. We're usually the Star Trek Fleet Command Bank. Everybody that plays us gets rich because we've got level 50 players that's got 100 trillion worth of resources because our economy and our server is so high. I mean, I can literally remember the first time I rated a guy for 1 billion, and people thought that was like the biggest number ever. And my first trillion, the same. And then now if you got some guy that's got 500 or 600 trillion in his server, I mean, on his base, you can get a trillion in one scoop. We rated this guy the other day on our server who had like three three quad worth of resources. The I came to it late, and my first scoop was around 4 trillion. But those guys said they were getting 14 trillion off a single pull. So then when we're taking on a much lower server than us, um, it's gonna put us at a disadvantage because I'm sure that most of the people on their server are probably where a trillion's a lot of resources in their base. It's not on our server. You have to get to the 100 trillion mark to where you're like, man, that guy's got some stuff in there, on this one. And it makes it very difficult to uh, go against a server where uh, their top players might have 5 trillion in their bases, and they can get it from us a lot faster because, like I said, we had a guy that was, I think he's an Ops 64. He had like I said, he had like 3 quadrillion worth of this because he was, you know, and we, like I said, they were taking 14 trillion in pulls. And he's not the only one like that. I rated a guy, me and four other guys, we rated a guy that had 2 trillion, and when he came back online, he only had like 22 trillion. Yes, he had like 2 quadrillion, maybe it was like 2.6 or something like that total. Because he had like 2 quadrillion just in uh, para alone, but we took him all the way down to where he had like 70 trillion total. If he would have, if he would have stayed offline another hour, he would have been below a trillion. But when you get to that trillion level, that's where everything slows down. where you're getting barely a few billion a pull. But yeah, I messaged him. I said, now you can feel good about not being the getting the most ever taken from a player on our server. There so and so's the new version of that. He kind of laughed. My ex got. Okay. Okay. Uh, all right, so we're done with that. Let's send one of these bad boys over into Klingon space now. So we're done with the two of the factions. Now I think Romulan's the only one left. Okay, let's see. Or is it Feder? No, it's Federation. Federation gets a. Okay, let's find that. I think it's there. Yeah. All right. While that one's finishing up, we'll probably finish up with the gas too. I think we got enough already right now, but I'm gonna let it go the whole time. Yeah, I want to get done with this so I can start OPC hunting. I put myself under and over of 40 million. Last week I got 30. So I got this is the one I need right here. These other ones. What's weird about it is they show the transporter patterns and the officer. That's kind of weird. He's just started doing that too. But yeah, this last arc has probably been the best arc ever for officer requisition. I mean I can't even. It's hard for me to even go back and think which all the ones that I did go in. We'll go into that event store while we're waiting for the ship to get over there. I did go ahead. I did finish all the rares except for Phil Marshall Q. And he's the only one I didn't because I thought it was the least valuable of the ones. I was able to take my special 7 up a tier from this group. But I did tier up Miss Q. Finished Mariachi Q. I didn't need that much because that was the one I was going for. Tuvok, Rami, and him. So I finished all those during the arc. Um, let's see who else go. I did some of these, but that wasn't the. I'm gonna kind of try to do it in the order that I actually did it. Uh, I did take. I was right on the verge of. I did take Giorgio up a tier. If I had known if I was going to get this many shards from other places, I think I would have went ahead and tried to completely tiered her out, but I didn't. I didn't think I would have enough juice to do that. I didn't know it was going to be as plentiful as it was. Normally it's not. I did take Rachel Garrett up another notch up here too. another tier. Strange New Worlds. Finished Mirror Picard. I'm just waiting for the Trillium D. Took Kara up one level. And I did her one level. They're both 4. Let's see. Guys, I went hard on the loot. Anything that had a loot, I either won the event or was in the top 2. Because I saw the value of what this store was. And Abel, I tiered out Degot. I tiered out Carol Freeman. I tiered out Strike Team Una. Not Una, Lan, sorry. Lan. I took Billups a level and Ransom a level. They're both tier 4 now. And that would be it for these guys. I don't think I did any of these. I didn't do any of those at all. I did 7 of 9, but it didn't have nothing to do with this arc. I did it through gameplay, pulling regular shards. I didn't spend any of the game loot, so I don't know that I can really count her. But I did tear her out during this arc. So that was a really, really good altogether. I mean, it's probably not another arc that did more for me in the game than this one. Even though I don't like the mechanic, not at all. There's too many facets to it, and it's going to take a lot to keep this going. But before, like I said, in 2 weeks, because of the loop that we're going to inherit from now on. What am I doing? Let's go into the X. So pretty much, oh, here's a Reliant claim. Let's get that. I'm going to get some more DeMarco shards. I will have her done in 2 weeks. She'll be finished. And then it will be mostly the back end of the arc stuff for me, where unlocking the missions and getting the loot from the missions. And I'll be using them when first I'm going to do these researchers that use them. And then after that, I'm going to be using it to doing this one to get the con skill points. But by the time I'm into the con skill points, I'll have this one mellowed down quite a bit, because I'll have pretty much all the officers that I wanted in these. And pretty much right now, the ones that I'm the most keen to get is Andy Billups, Ransom, Waun, and Kara. Wouldn't mind having, what's her name too, the Mirror Troy. She's like the least one of the bunch. So I do need to start working on her. But this is a nice way to earn points in here. I mean, earn shards. And I'll engage with it until I don't need it anymore. Like there's barely any in the rare I need anymore. Just the really the Strange New World guys. And if I could do that research, get that research done, and it knocks these down, it might be put me into a position where I'm going to be done with those pretty quick. Because these were like 900 before I did the researches. The top end was like 900 and something. I've got it all the way down to 86 on those. So if I do it in another one and it knocks it down maybe another 100, then I'm only gonna need like 40 shards. And and there's enough pulls in the game for Strange New World officers that won't take very long. Okay, let's go ahead and dock. Oh, we got to pull our miners. Was it not? There we go. Okay, let's put these out. Yeah, the only thing I've got to go back in one of the hazard systems and send one of these to mine too, so I can get those rewards. Because I need it for my Enterprise E ability. So let's go on up into the 70 system. I'm just going to go ahead and fly in there. I'm not going to jump, save my jump juice. Well, I'm going to get me another Dr. Pepper while that thing's flying. We in there yet? Nope. Let me put this in the trash. My phone was over here. Huh. Oh, here it is. I was looking for my phone. Okay, I'm in there. I was looking for, I got a package coming. was one of those things that you bought that you don't know that's from China until after you purchase it. I bought this memory foam couch because I'm about to move and I got rid of the couch that I was at, and I don't want to buy like a real couch. Like this memory foam one would work okay until I get my new place. And I might even keep it after if it's real comfortable as it looks. But then I found out it was from China. And I've been waiting like a month and a half for the stupid thing. Okay. So now it's finally in the United States. It doesn't even say where in the United States it is, but it says it's in the United States now. See, I like this guy here. The guy just opened. He's got 600 trillion in resources. Did he just crack him or did he shield up? So that's even though that sounds like maybe a lot for you guys on your server, that's like a medium guy on ours. The thing was when I was at below 60, I never had that much you know, I used it as soon as I got it. My gosh. You know? What level was this guy again? Let's see. He's a 56 and he said he's got all these loot. I mean all these resources. How the heck does he got Sigma? But he's got all this resources. I can tell you, man, when I was a 50, there was never a time I had over 15 trillion in my base. Never a time. Like I said, I used that stuff as soon as I got it. That's crazy. That's literally crazy that guy's got that much loot to the Ops 56. You know, that's why Server 74 is Star Trek Fleet Command's bank, because we got an Ops 56 player who has 600 trillion in resources. Like I said, man, if had ever had 600 trillion, I wouldn't have had it very long because I would be in Ops 58 or whatever could to use all those resources on. I got older, but I've been there since the mid 40s. But when I was at the tip end of the where the server was as far as the economy goes, that was never a thing. Uh, really, the only person that ever had that much resources on our server at that point in time was the millionaire guy I was telling you about uh, that was independently wealthy and just spent like that. That was the only guy on our server that would even come. Oh, he wouldn't have that much when he was Ops 56. I can tell you that he not even he. I don't think I had. I think the most I ever had was like in my 50s was like 35 trillion. I think I was saving it up for some upgrades for that weekend. I think I'd raided a bunch of people and got the resources. But it's absolutely insane that a player at Ops 56 has that much resources in his bay and not had the sense enough to go and spend it to make himself better. Absolutely crazy. But there is an element in on our server. We've had a lot of Ops 60 players quit, and then they let their base get raided. He may have benefited from something like that. That was not an element in the game when the guys that quit they had maybe a few billion in resource. Yeah, it's pretty lame. And the highlight of your events for the night is fact you finished all three faction hunt tiers. That's pretty lame. I think this is a system that doesn't have explorers in, so I can't single shoot any of these. Got to find where I lost that ship now. There it is. Why is it not? I had more than enough time. It should be able to use the beam on it. That's not the right one. Gosh, that's the longest cooldown ever, guys. Let's get this one and then go up here and get these 271s. How's it not the cooldown not expired by now? God almighty. There it goes, finally. Some new stuff, but from I got some new stuff, but from mission. Spend on what? I don't know what I don't. I'm refresh me. I don't remember what. I'm not doing the fought two things. I got too much of the loot from the last the invasion stuff. I'm not doing them this time because they refused to lower the cooldown on the scrap. And like I said, I've got when I finish this up, I'll show you. I've got like 21 billion of the scrap that I can't spend. I could sit out doing the grinding part of the first day. I could sit out the first day for the next 2 years and be golden. You've got 100 trillion of the loot of the Fok 2 loot. I think I'm done with it. I'm just gonna let it fly back or die. Okay, let's go event, see if I'm done with it. Oh, on your base. Okay. Yeah, I'm done with all three now. And also done with all the daily ones too. But that's probably the biggest reason why I went and did it was for that. Okay. Now we're destroyed. We should have enough mining to finish that one too. And we do. So we're done with all of our dailies now. Now let's move to a better spot.
All right, let's move to a better spot.
Why not? All right, let's send one of these out to do some. Let's go ahead and put my cube back. And I'm going to put E-date. I'm going to load this one back up and send it out. And let's find, go lower deck. Waiting to build the, waiting for the, okay. Let's see. Trying to find the data. Where's data at? We know we want to put him there. Oh, he's in my cube. I've got to fix the cube before I can. All right, let's go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and do this. Okay. Then I'm going to change, put my enterprise crew back together. I don't think I did anything with this one. Well, yeah, I took, I'm going to put con in there for right now. I know I'm going to use that officer anyway for something else. Okay. Let's go ahead and put our regular crew in here. Because we're going to use both of them in other places. Okay, stick that him there. Okay. Let's go. Okay, we're reliant. We're going to push. I got everybody in their normal places. I've got that ship on there. What I'm going to do, so I don't pull people off of ships that I want the crew, that one crew to be there. Then I'm going to get my reliant loaded on here. And load it up with a crew. I made a pull in this store. I figured I had to upgrade. What is this? Impulse. Shield. Weapons. We'll go ahead and get the weapon. What is this? Cargo bay.
Okay, so let's go ahead and equip this with the group I'm going to send to go out. So let's go back lower deck again. Let's put Sutter there, Seska there. Wait, he didn't move. Why didn't he move? Let's put Scotty. I didn't know Scotty was available. Scotty. Where's the, I had, oh, it put him up here. Okay, that's what it did. I think Paris is open. I think I used him last time, but he's going to go down here. We need to find E-data. There he is. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and send this one out. I noticed it was taking more hold image than my normal crew, but I may end up going up into grinding after I do a run here. I don't know if I'm going to stay online long enough to do it, but I don't want to limit myself in case I can't. So we're going to change this. We're going to change this ship to my Revenant. And I'm going to put my interceptor crew on here. What I got left that's not in other ships. Which is almost pretty much everyone. I've pretty well got my full crew. So now I can find another PvP officer to stick in here. Or just one for stats. We'll go lower deck first to see if we see anybody that we would like to put in there first. We may be slim pickings on here. And I don't see anyone, so let's look for someone to pad the stats. And strength, let's put old Mavry there. Oh, let's put the wrong ship. All right. All right, now it's time to go OPC hunting. I keep dragging everything over into my screen. All right, let's go ahead. We're going to start in this system here. Okay, I can move my keyboard out of the way now. Oh, Lord. Let's see what time it is. 3 o'clock. Oh, my Lord. I'm going to make a quick run, and then I got to get to sleep. I got to get up to go to the Ranger game in the morning or tomorrow. My buddy's going to meet me at 3. They're giving out free DeGrom jerseys tomorrow, and he's actually pitching on that day. So we hit the jackpot on picking a day. We didn't. It wasn't planned. Basically, it was the only day my friend could actually go. Dang it, bunch of hearts. Okay. Let's go into, there's one right. Let's put the mining icon up. There we go. See, basically what I want is the drops. I probably need to clear this out. I know I'm going to have a few in here, but I want to get the other stuff out so I can get a count. So I got +1. For me, at least, that's the most valuable part of it. I mean, the other stuff that I get in there for the officer pools are great, but the research that I'm doing in that thing is more important. But unfortunately, they all cost like 20,000 of those, and you get 4,000 from each mission. So that means I've got to make probably two runs with the Reliant and then one run with my uh, Korechna to get my mission, and then I've got to get 22,000 of them, and I think I have 4,000 now. Yeah, I put a goal for myself. I'm not going to meet it because I didn't. I'm not going to be up when I need to be because I need to go here and go to sleep here in the next hour. Put a goal of 30 million, 40 million in loot and mats. I'm not going to get there tonight, unfortunately. Because I really need to really start doing this around 5 in the morning. That's when everybody's ships are going to be full. All right, let's go here. We'll start in Fed space. Yeah, I was kind of bummed out. I wish I would have came on earlier today. I was kind of bummed out when I saw what we had going here, and then I even got further bummed out when I went into the arenas and I couldn't get in a match. Most of the time when I went in there was I don't think it's still up, but we'll look and see. Most of the time it was I'd go into the public one and there was nothing there to join. I don't know if people just quit doing them completely or which is really stupid because it's a free mechanic. It costs you nothing to do them. It doesn't cost you anything to repair your ships. You're not buying tokens for entry or having to earn tokens for entry. Either one. It's a completely free mechanic. And also, man, it doesn't really matter if you win or lose because you're getting loot either way. Loot either way. And I had some stuff I'd done this last week that I actually wanted to test it in arenas against. I was hoping could go against a guy stronger than me to see if some of the changes, some of the primes I bought with that thing that they had in the store last week, and these officer upgrades I did, like pretty much almost every officer that's in my PV crew is stronger this week from the stuff that I did. So didn't get to test it. But I sit there off and on for about 2 hours going in and out of the combat arena looking for somebody to join. Couldn't find anybody to do it. I don't really get it. Because I said you have not if you lose a combat arena match, there's nothing. There's really nothing lost in the whole thing, and it's a big deal. Now, if you were having to pay for your ship repairs, man, then I would get everything, or you had to buy directives so you could enter the matches. But Scopely actually gave us a freebie with good rewards. I don't think I'll ever have Mirror O'Hara unlocked. I don't think that's going to ever happen. Because I have no way getting, like she was in the store, I would have been my first priority. Because I have no other way of getting her. Because she seems like she's pretty good. But they've got her behind that whole wall, and the problem is I can't get online for arena. Yeah, it's good if you can get in a match. If you go in the match and it's nothing but blank screen there for 2 hours, it's not that great. And the guys in my alliance are I only got one guy in my alliance that want to be in a squad with. And he's usually not online on Monday nights. He was on during the day before they started during his lunch break, but he wasn't. I didn't see him on any past 5 o'clock. So it kind of sucks. I guess maybe I should be more active in Discord and maybe find some of these 70s on some of the other servers. Maybe I could talk them into being in a squad with me. I don't know. I'm gonna have to figure something out because I'm losing too much valuable resources of not being able to get into a squad. I may have to see. The problem is from online, you can't tell if they're a good player or not. And it's great to be in a squad with 370s, but if they're not good, if their ships aren't strong, then that just puts you in a bigger disadvantage because you're gonna be matched with players. It happened to me last week. Um, Last week I started the match. That's one of the reasons I don't do it. Someone said, "Well, why don't you just start a match?" And this was the reason why I don't do. Because I got left hung out to dry. Uh, God, I pounded this poor guy's ship so much in this last week. I almost feel sorry for him. Okay, who's this? He's not OPC. How about this one? He's probably not OPC here. We were at war with this alliance for me, I think for no reason. I like this guy. He's a good player. I did hand it to him when we were against each other because he had a red dot. But he's a guy I wish was in our alliance. And I've reached out to him a few times asking if he would switch over to us without a lot of. I think they said something in Galaxy Chat or something about us and uh where's it? It should be flying to this system here, but it's stuck. Okay, let's go refresh. See, the one thing, you know, it's good that Chef was in here earlier. I don't know if you still in here, Chef, or did you leave? Now I get that some people want to do this for community or friendship or what all that kind of stuff. That's well and good, but this is the game for me. I've got real friends in real life. I mean, the guy that's the Op 70 in here, that's the admiral of this alliance. I can say yes, me and him are friends. We've known each other since and been in alliances together ever since I was Ops 22 and he was Ops 30, or you know, we were in a really bad alliance together that we only had like 5 or 6, maybe 8 active players, and it was like the whole little thing right here, the thing where you had to get 50 helps. We struggled to get that in a day. That's before I knew you could go in here. I don't know if I would have had the resources to do it back then, but I didn't know at that point you could go in here and do the contributions for the helps. I didn't know you could do that back in the day. So we always struggled. We always in that alliance I always struggled to get the 50 helps every day. And finally I was the first one to move to a bigger alliance, and then he followed me, and then we both kind of moved together to different places. Literally, he's probably the only reason I'm still in this alliance. If he wasn't here, I think I would have left after what was it I wanted to. Oh yeah, I wanted to dump some para. After I dumped my para, I would have went out of here. Okay. Those weren't really great pulls there. Yeah, that crew takes quite a bit. The augment crew that I showed somebody a while ago is what I would put in that a reliant if I was not maybe planning on using my Kretschna in the deeper space. And it's been a dry tonight, man. Where is everybody mining tonight? I know those dudes are mining somewhere. Farmer's got a farm. Come on. Where are you, farmers? All right, let's go into. Oh yeah, I did the reset on it. Just don't have the. Farmer's got a farm, man. While this sucker's going on, I'll show you what I'm talking about here. Not the refinery. I need to go into the inventory. Here we go. I think it would be under materials. Oh, here you go. See? That's how much of this scrap I have right here. And I think those pulls don't even hardly, those pulls are small as far as what you take. Oh, I put my Reliant. I took my Reliant there. Dang it. I bet I sent it over there instead of there. I sent this bad boy there. That's why the time was so fast. Let's recall it. I thought the time was fast on that when I said, wow, that Reliant, that Revenant can move fast. Well, something I need to look and see how far away I am from it using it. I need to go research starships. Okay, I do got enough of that juice to boost the range on it. It's a junker pull. Let's see if I got one of those. I didn't look to see if I got that in the store yet, or in the refinery. I'm sorry. I got to be close to it. Yeah, I knew I had to be close to making a pull. See, I usually get him. He's the one I pull. I've pulled a couple of the other ones, but not nearly as many as I pull him. He's got. All right. Let's see what we got here. Another. Here's some possibilities here. I don't even how long he even has him on a node. These are small nodes, so the odds are that somebody has to be purposely OPC in here. You know what? Let's go come back. We'll even have more when we come back. This is where we should find a bunch. A lot of people like to mine in this spot. I'm dozing off. This is probably tank. Yeah, he's not going to be OPC. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I'm going to go into silent enemy space. I don't really need the 5 stars, so I'm not going to go in there. I don't want to go get uh, I get those tokens more to look for red dots. Okay, he doesn't have any. Let's see what this one. This guy's got a 0 node and he's empty. Nope. Okay, I know there's one. Here it is, one here. You use where they kick you out after. Yeah, you only get a certain amount of time in there. That's really that and all the stupid little grizzly maze you have to go through to get to where you want. But I doubt there's going to be many people in that because I don't think that resource counts for the. In fact, if you were a person that like some of these guys that are at war with several alliances, the best time to go in and mine it for Trillium D or A would be on Mining Monday because nobody else is going to be doing it. But I guess I could get my NX01 and look in silent enemy space and see if there's anybody OPC in it right now. Let's go ahead and change ships. See, that way you don't waste tokens. You just look in there and see, okay, yeah. Well, I've kind of that was usually the case too, but I've been hunting OPC in there for the last week or so. A lot of people stopped mining in there. So what you're seeing is the product of me OPC hunting pretty hard for uh, for about 2 or 3 weeks now. Okay, let's look and see. Okay, there's a guy, but he's not OPC. Those probably guys from the size of the nose, I was guessing he wouldn't be either. Same here. It was like they both he just got on that we got one more. That's probably the same guy. Yeah. He's the he's the kind of he's the one I needed to check like at 5:30 in the morning. Then he's gonna be OPC. Oh man, look at all these freaking hearts and hands. Boom. There's a million right there. How about this cat? Nope. Okay, let's go the other side. Yeah, nothing but hearts. Well, they're taking advantage of that. They can't be hunted by me because they got the freaking heart, so they're just laying on top of those nodes. I think it was this one here. Yeah, there's a million. Guess I could put the junker to work. Let's look. So I got 1,000,000. None of these ships have 1,000,000 deck. I don't want to give him any of it back. Okay, let's look at the junker. Where's my junker? Junker, where are you? There he is. There he is. Okay, junker. Go do some work, buddy. Yeah, we were just in here. I didn't think there'd be anybody in here now, but all right, let's send him back. Yeah, just to confirm one more time. 1,000,000. I got, where's his ship at? 1.1 million off of him. All right, guys, I think I'm going to call it a stream. I'm getting sleepy, so I'm going to go ahead and crash so I can not be tired for the game tomorrow. I don't think I want to be streaming at all tomorrow. Maybe when I get back from the game, if I'm not tired, I'll come on for a little bit. But that probably won't be until after midnight. Usually the games end around 11ish our time, and not it'll be about an hour drive home with traffic. So until next time.